You're good.
Y'all got the pizza, huh?
So more in the bag if you want some.
It's a little rude, I think, after I'm done. Right?
I mean, Jorge ate like a whole pie when he did his interview up there.
Yeah, no, those guys are crazy. I'll eat after.
Well, Bo, congratulations on staying perfect. I guess what are the emotions and I guess reflections on this fight? Because we've seen in the past you've been critical of yourself even on quick performances. So to go 3 full rounds, I guess what are you feeling?
I feel great. My shin hurts a little bit. He checked one of my kicks, so that wasn't fun. But yeah, overall, I judge myself based on my effort, my performance, how I feel like I did personally, and I was able to take a guy who's a veteran of the sport, dominate him for 15 minutes, shut him out. He really had, he didn't have any big moments in that fight. I feel like I, showcased a lot of development, improvement, really more to myself than anyone else. And so, yeah, very happy with it.
And at media day, you said there was a world where you could take him down and submit him. You have you said 1,000 ways to win this fight, but it was a standing affair against an elite black belt. So is that how you saw the fight actually playing out when you envisioned this?
It was definitely one of the options, a possibility. For me, again, there was a lot of different ways for me to win that fight. I think that I came in open, and as I'm winning the striking battle, I'm not really feeling a lot of resistance from him. I'm not feeling any takedown attempts. So, I had a big advantage on the feet, so I kept it there. I didn't see any sense in taking him down, putting him in his best position, and, making, to me, what would have been just a bad decision, a low IQ decision. So, kept it on the feet, dominated the whole time, and got the win.
We see some of the markings on your face, and you said your shin is a little banged up. Is there anything else going to keep you from training? Is it right back in there?
I got a 7-day suspension from the commission, so we'll be back in a week. But yeah, I think this one, I think I got myself because I don't remember him really ever landing anything. So that might have been, I might have accidentally got myself.
And I have to ask about the chants from the crowd. I mean, I'm sure you're not accustomed to hearing that, being NCAA wrestler and everything.
I was pumped. They were Bo. How many times does MSG chant your name for that long? So I'm pumped about it. It was great.
Bo, obviously, this is an arena that you and I spoke about the other day. You had some not great memories here. You now get to replace them, at least with a victory. What were kind of the emotions going through your head as you're walking back, and now you get to really soak it in?
Oh, feels good. I was definitely reliving 2016 quite a few times in the back, and felt good to, in my mind, kind of right that wrong a little bit. And at the end of the day, I look back at those moments in my career that didn't go my way just as blessings, as opportunities to improve and grow and get better. And I think that if you don't choose to humble yourself, then God will humble you, on His terms. And so I just try to stay humble, keep those defeats in my mind, and let them motivate me. But also just feel the gratitude for all the opportunities that I'm presented. And yeah, I think that it's a real cool full circle moment.
And obviously you're done competing for the year. Something crazy comes up, right? But what are you looking to do as far as next year? You want to get in 3 fights?
Absolutely. I would love to fight early 2025. So, as I said, I feel good. No injuries. I'm going to take a couple weeks, do some hunting, maybe go down to Doral, golf with President Trump, and then we'll get back on the training right away.
Thank you.
Are there names you want or locations? Because it's that rumored Miami card. Obviously, you train close to there.
Yeah, I did talk with. I didn't even know there was a Miami card, and I had Jorge Masvidal on my podcast, Nickels and Dimes. You can check it out on YouTube, Spotify, all that stuff. And he announced that he's coming back, so he's gonna be fighting. He told me there was a UFC Miami card, and I was like, bro, let's do it. Me and you on there. Obviously, we have a lot of history training together and stuff, so I think that would be fun. I would love to compete in Miami. It's a second home of sorts for me now, training down at American Top Team, and so I would love that.
That's targeted for the spring, early spring. Is that too far away, or are you willing to wait for fighting there?
I mean, maybe March, but I would like to fight earlier if I can. So we'll see. If it's in March, then I'll probably be in. But later than that, we'll have to adjust.
Bo, right here, right in the middle. So when you come up as fast as you can, obviously you have a big fan base, but there's also people who just hate on you, think you didn't earn the spots. So far in the UFC, you've beaten UFC veterans. They say, oh, he beat cans. He's a can crusher. Now you take a guy like Paul Craig who's been ranked, and people still criticizing your performance. What do you say to those people?
It's all good. I appreciate you guys as well. I definitely appreciate the people that believe in me a little more. But, if you're got a problem and hating on the way I'm doing things, it's all good. I'm just focused on myself, improving, developing. And I would hope that you maybe listen to a few more interviews, more long-form content of what I'm doing. You can get to know what type of person I am outside of just, what I do in the cage, because that's just a small part of me. It's in no way like the entirety of the person that I am. It's just what I do and what I love and I'm passionate about. But yeah, I appreciate any type of criticism, feedback, and I think I'm always looking to improve. So if I see some genuine criticism that has a base to it, I would take it to the heart and try to make adjustments.
I know you've been outspoken in interviews and stuff, and sometimes people can misinterpret that. Like you said, some people will call you cocky. It's, a lot of times it's self-confidence. I think about the other day, you talking about wrestling Miles Martin here at MSG and talking about the loss. But on the flip side, you don't mention that, yeah, you lost to him, but then you also pinned him to win the national championship and your team title, kind of showing the humble side of you in that. Do you think that is more your character and that people are missing it, or is it just you really are super confident?
Well, appreciate you bringing that up. That feels good. But I always try to stay grounded. For me, winning and losing is important, but it's not the most important thing. The most important things to me are my faith, my family, my team, my best friends, and the people that I love. And unfortunately, a lot of times in sports, we're just judged on our performances, on our wins and losses, that type of thing. And people are going to have a lot of opinions. But to those people, I would say, I just think that it's important to, if you're going to watch a fighter, cheer for him, boo him, just give them a chance, get to know them, try to figure out what type of person they are. And, yeah, I always just try to treat everybody well, with respect. And at the same time, I have a very, very sincere belief in myself and what I feel like I can accomplish. And if that bothers someone, then no worries.
Well, when you started this thing, did you imagine a world where you would do a fight, go 15 minutes, and not shoot a takedown?
Honestly, I don't think I ever imagined that. But it's a really cool thing, and I think it's a great testament to my coaches and my team, all my coaches at American Top Team, Mike Brown, Coach Ton, Coach Barboza, Thiago Alves. These are guys that I'm working with a lot, and Coach Barry Robinson with A Million Styles Boxing. So if I didn't have these people, I don't think that I just wouldn't have the skills and the base that I do right now. And so I'm very fortunate to be around those guys. And I think it's, for me, it's something that I feel a lot of excitement in, because that's, as you mentioned, it's not something that I kind of saw myself doing previously. And now I know I can fight that way if I need to.
Is there a weird balance to try to figure out, right? Because we see some of these wrestlers historically through the sport who have come in and they've kind of fallen in love with their hands to a degree, and then maybe things get neglected. So how do you, I guess, figure that out going forward?
Well, I'm definitely never going to forget my roots, and I think that I show that with the commitment of my time and continuing to train with Penn State wrestling team. There was a NWCA All-Star Classic tonight as well in State College, where some of the best college wrestlers were competing against one another, and we had a bunch of guys compete. Those are guys I'm training with day in, day out, the best guys in the country, the best guys in the world, and so I'm keeping that wrestling base really strong. I feel like if I wanted to go back into wrestling right now and compete at a world championship level, I could do that. And so it's balancing that with continuing to put time and effort into the striking, the jiu-jitsu, and really it's just my life. I dedicate every single second, all of my energy to being the best fighter I can be. And if I want to go do other things, then my MMA is going to suffer. But I really am just focused on this goal. And so that's how I make the time, and I'm able to manage it all.
And speaking of wrestling, I know you said at Media Day you wanted your rematch with John Jones. We saw the videos come out like right after that. What do you think? Are you guys 1-1 now? Or?
I think we're 1-1. We're going to have to run it back again. I don't know if he called anybody out after this fight, or if he said he's going to, go again. But if he's retired, then maybe we'll do a wrestling match on Fight Pass. And settle it.
He said he's sticking around.
Let's go. I love it.
just to go.
Get me on every John Jones card forever. It's great.
Hey, Bo, during your fight, Chris Weidman, who had his fight unfortunately get canceled tonight, tweeted out that he would beat all you guys. Is that of any interest, fighting Chris?
No, I love Chris. He's awesome, and he's a great competitor. I was super bummed that he didn't get this fight. Just it's in his home state, and I know the weight cut is not fun. So, yeah, wish him nothing but the best. He's a guy I would love to train with. I would love to get in there, get some sparring rounds. I'm sure I could learn a lot from him.
Bo, congrats. How realistic is it for the UFC to go to State College someday?
Super realistic, let's do it. Let's do State College, Bryce Jordan Center. The way I see it happening that I think would be the coolest is if we have a, Penn State versus Iowa, Penn State-Ohio State match on Friday, run it right back the next day, Saturday, with the UFC, and I guarantee you I myself will sell out 17,000 tickets. I don't even need an undercard anybody else. So, I'll do. That's the type of pull in State College that I have, and yeah, it would be incredible.
Bo, your mother was actually a former amateur boxer. I'm wondering, does she encourage you more to strike, or does she like when you wrestle in the fights?
Yeah, I'll just clear the air because sometimes things get misconstrued. First off, my mom is like the toughest lady I know. If she was 20 years younger, she'd have been in the UFC, she'd have been champion for sure. But she started boxing at like 40 and won a bunch of amateur fights, was very tough, but, not like boxed her whole life, that type of thing. And she might still be able to beat me up. I don't know. So I got to be careful with these words. But, yeah, as far as my mom's opinions on my fighting, she loves it. It's really interesting. Most moms probably, cringe at the sight of their sons or daughters stepping in the cage, and my mom is so here for it, which is great for me. I feel very supported.
Were you at your mom's matches?
I cornered her for one match.
Really? What
Yeah.
was it like?
This was crazy. So I've talked about this earlier this week. So basically the way it went, how my mom got into boxing, they did a charity firefighters versus police boxing match, and there was no female firefighters in the town that we were living in at the time. And so somebody knew her, somebody knew somebody, and they kind of were like, oh, well, she'll do it. Like, my mom will do it. They know, like, and my mom was like, I will do it. Let's go. And so she fought a woman police officer, won the fight, and just started liking it. So then she started training a little bit, took an amateur fight, won, and then they kind of set her up to fight this young girl, like 21-year-old prospect, Golden Gloves champion, like 12-0 amateur record. It was like last fight before she was going to win professional. And we went to this Indian casino. It was me, my 3 little sisters, and my mom. And my mom's in like shorts and like a T-shirt basically. And this girl's warming up with her trunks, and she's got 4 cornermen with the water and the Vaseline and all that. My mom gets in there, the girl's bouncing around, and I'm in her corner, right? I'm 12 years old or something. And so I don't know what to say. And this girl's kind of like nothing happened at first, and then end of the first round, my mom cracks her with her right hand, and she's kind of like, oh, frick. And the coaches start yelling and stuff, and then mom tees off on her a little bit, rounds ends, and then next round comes out, and my mom just is working this chick, just whooping her butt. And actually, they threw in the towel. They threw in the towel, quit, and then after that, I think that was my mom's last fight. So she fought a couple amateur fights, did well, and yeah, it was crazy to watch as a young kid for sure, but motivated me a lot.
How much did that kind of influence you at all when fighting started to come on the periphery of like maybe what you could do?
So for me as a young kid, I always just loved wrestling. It was like wrestling. I played other sports, but I was really serious about wrestling, and so I just loved it, and I didn't do anything else. I didn't want to do anything else, and but it was in the back of my mind. Oh, maybe when I'm done wrestling, I'll fight. And I would watch guys like Randy Couture, Dan Henderson, Matt Hughes, and think, oh, these guys were wrestlers. They did it. Like, that could be me someday. And so it was something that was in the back of my mind. I never really like actively pursued it until a couple years ago.
I lobbed you a softball. You could have just said, yes, my mom inspired me to become a fighter.
All right, my mom, she did inspire me for sure. I was inspired.
Hey, bro, a quick question. Congratulations on a great win. I wanted to ask if you have any specific names you want to fight next. And after the fight, you had a small conversation with Donald Trump. What you guys talked about?
Yeah, there's not really any specific names that I have. For me, just keep getting better, keep developing, and improve at fighting, and whoever my coaching staff, management team of the UFC decide, then we'll make it work. And yeah, after the fight, I saw President Trump, obviously, saw him before the fight as well. So showed him my golf swing, asked him how it looked. He said it needs work. And I told him, all right, well, I know you're in Florida in the winter, so I'll see you in Doral. Let's get some rounds. So I'll be down in Florida playing some golf with Mr. President and hopefully improving that swing.
Oh, right here. I don't think your cardio was much of a question coming into this fight, but you definitely showed you could stay on the feet for 15 minutes with a pretty tricky fighter. Did you prove anything to yourself tonight, or did you just kind of solidify what you already know?
Absolutely prove something to myself. I think every time you step in the cage, you have that opportunity, and I can't even say like how happy I am with that performance. Despite reactions from whoever, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm psyched, and I beat a guy, tricky fighter with 18 UFC fights and a ton of experience, and I was able to dominate him, shut him out, and win a decision very easily and barely sweating by the end of it. I could have done another fight, no problem, right after that.
Well,
Obviously, you were disappointed that you didn't get that finish, but is it almost better for you that you did go all 15 minutes and kind of just show what
Yeah.
you're capable of?
Definitely. It's way better for me, my development. I mean, if you look at my cage time, what I had before this, I over doubled it, I'm sure. And so, that's something that you really, for me, I've really almost like cornered myself with this reputation of a guy that just finishes everybody, destroys them, because then that's the expectation that's set. But again, my expectation is compete to the best of my ability at 100% effort. That's it. It's not anything to do with the result. Doesn't matter. Decision, submission, knockout. I'm definitely not disappointed with this result. I was way more disappointed with my last fight, and I subbed the guy. So, this fight for me was perfect, picture perfect.
But just in general, like, what is it like for you to fight in front of the president? And like, why do you think so many fighters like try to go up to him and talk to him like after fights?
He's just the man, like he just has that crazy aura, and everybody wants to be around him. He's just so charismatic and dynamic, and for me, I'll say the craziest part is it's just becoming normal. It's just becoming like my life, and been able to spend a lot of time with him, which I'm really, really grateful for. Just to I grew up in small town, and to be around somebody like that is just amazing. And so for him to come watch my fight, I was able to see him on his way out as well, talk to him for another second, is just something I'm really, really appreciative of.
So you mentioned you wanted to fight about 3 times in 2025 maybe, which is a big departure from what happened here in 2024. Are there any sort of regrets about maybe not getting as much cage time in 2024, not getting enough fights? How's the motivation suddenly flipped?
Is 2 fights to 3 fights that's a big difference?
There's a large difference.
I guess
There's a while between the fights.
I guess it's like 30%, right? Ish.
33.
So, yeah, it's a decent difference. Yeah, I think for me, I want to fight as much as I can, and with that being said, development takes precedent over the quantity of my fights, right? So, I would rather just continue to get better, improve, and than just get a bunch of fights to get a bunch of fights. And so, my kind of mindset and view of how I want my career to progress, I think is very different and unusual from most fighters and from what the press, the media, the fans see. They're like, all the fighters are, let me get in there, let me bang, bro. Like, I'm about it. I want the number 1 guy. And I get that mentality, but that's just not me. I'm development first, improve, get better, and that's just the way it's going to be until my career's over. It doesn't matter if I'm 1-0, 6-0, 26-0. It's going to be that mindset.
And there's no argument that in cage fights, the actual fights will aid the development more than just the practice?
There absolutely is a lot of merit to that, but I think that it's a balance, right? So, there's some guys that get 5 or 6 fights in a year just to get the checks and get the fights. That's not me. I think that there's going to be times in my career where I can fight 3 or 4 times a year. There's going to be times where I fight 2. Maybe there's a time where I don't fight for a whole year. But it just depends on what's best for me and my development, and that's a conversation between me, my coaching staff, and the people that I trust. And so, yeah, I mean, you look at the beginning of my career, and I had 5 fights in 365 days. And now, this year in 2024, I had 2. So, hopefully next year I'm thinking 3 to 4, but we'll see what makes sense from a development perspective. Thank you, guys.
Oh yeah, you can go first though. Yeah.
What's up, gang? Attendance was 20,200. The gate was 16.7 million, second highest grossing event ever. Number 4 highest, what does this say? Number 4 highest, I don't know what it is. We did something good at number 4. So we hold number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 9 all time here. Oliveira and Chandler, John Jones, Brahemus and Elliott. We gave them both. They all got 50,000. It was hard to pick between all those fights, so they all get 50,000. Congrats to them. Oh, 4th highest all time ever. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Well, Daniel Farmer here.
Yeah.
We have star of the main event, John Jones. Obviously, you've been singing his praises forever. This is the greatest fighter ever. But to do that to Stipe and just turn him off with a spinning back kick of everything, just what was your reaction to what we saw?
And the kicks that started right from the jump, hurt him with the first kick. This guy's fight IQ is off the charts. And, you know, everybody going to admit now that he's the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world? And let me tell you what, this thing had upset written all over it, too. I mean, Stipe, all the talk about John Jones, Stipe seemed pissed, focused, and, you know, he came here to win. He looked good. He was physically in great shape. The list goes on, and John literally picked him apart. The jab was unbelievable tonight. How he was kicking the legs and the body. Every time he kicked the body, I thought it was over. And then he would go for the head kick and slipping punches. I mean, he's going to be 38 years old this summer. He looked incredible. I just don't know how any of you don't see that this guy's the fucking greatest fighter in the history of fucking people fighting. He's 37 going on 38. And again, tonight, he went in and did what he did. He's fucking unbelievable. And as long as he's active, he's the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world.
So moving forward, what do you do? Like, as obviously you said, you want him to fight Tom next, and you said that could just be the biggest heavyweight fight of all time.
It will be.
Yeah. And John was on the post-fight thing. He said he wants to be well compensated because he saw what Jake and Mike.
He will be.
So when do you actually meet with him? Is that a Tuesday conversation, or is it get
I
back?
got Tom waiting outside for me right now, and John, you let John do John. John's going to disappear. Not only will you not hear about him or what he's doing, neither will I. And then he will resurface, and he'll call, and we'll get it done.
And Stipe he was very blunt. He said he's retiring. He's hanging it up. So I guess what are your thoughts of Stipe's career and what we saw from him in there? Because Daniel said he looked kind of slow, maybe a little sluggish, but he was landing some shots in there.
He looked slow after he took the kicks to the body. He looked slow. Listen, don't say Stipe. Stipe was in fucking great shape. He came in and he was here to win, and John Jones systematically fucking picked him apart. His fight IQ is off the charts. It is hard talking to people who 99.9% of the media don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to fighting. Amen. Thank you, sir.
And what did you make of Stipe's career now that he's officially hung it up?
He's had an incredible career, and it doesn't diminish who he was at heavyweight and what he's accomplished here. When you think about Stipe, he's made a lot of money. He's been a firefighter. He'll retire with his pension and all the things. Stipe is going to have a great life.
The co-main event, obviously, another fight of the night for Michael Chandler. He was pretty adamant, like beat Charles, go on to fight for the title and everything. Real weird 5th round of, a lot of blows to the back of the head. A lot of your fighters online seemed very confused why the referee wasn't, saying anything about that. Just what did you make of just all the weirdness we saw in that?
Yeah, the reffing lately has been weird. The judging has been weird lately, and I don't disagree with you. I saw a fight tonight that should have been stopped earlier, and it's just, it's...
What do you do with Charles? He's pretty adamant that he wants to be cage side for that Islam and Arman fight whenever that happens.
Then we fly him in from Brazil and sit him cage side for that fight.
Sure. And just a couple other unrelated to the top 2 fights. The gloves that went back to the old, that's a permanent move? You're just going to shelve the newer one?
Yeah, it's a permanent move, but the problem is we don't have enough of the old gloves, so until we can get them all done, that's it.
Are you going to go back to the gold gloves for the championship fight, just black permanently?
You know what? There were good intentions with the new gloves. We spent a lot of time, energy, and money on them. There were good intentions. Didn't work out, and it is what it is.
another big win for Jim Miller. He said that he wants to get to 50 total UFC fights and then hard stop on his career, and you can hold him to that, he says.
Deal.
And just one final one I do have to ask you about. Your friend Mike Tyson tweeted that he almost died over the summer. He said, he had a bunch of blood transfusions, just had to fight to get healthy, and then his performance yesterday against Jake Paul. Just your thoughts on what we saw.
Mike Tyson was right, and I was wrong. You guys know the whole story about Shark Week, and if you don't, I begged him not to do the Roy Jones fight. You're too old. I love you. I don't want to see you take any more punishment. So I set him up on Shark Week. He got paid good money. And he's like, you fucking... So he almost flipped out the last day and was ready to kill everybody on the boat because he had to jump in with all these sharks again in the middle of Florida. And he's like, this fucking asshole says that, he cares about me and everything else. I've been fighting since I was 12. And he throws me in the fucking ocean with a bunch of sharks. He was right about that, too. But he basically said, I told him, Mike, you're basically 60 years old. And he's like, you honestly think this fucking kid's going to do anything to me? He's not good. He's not going to fucking knock me out. He's not going to do this. And you saw him. He tripped when he was walking down the thing. He had a hard time walking up the stairs. He had a knee brace on. And Jake Paul couldn't do anything to him. He made a ton of money. And I know people are mad. You stayed home on a Saturday night, but you didn't pay for it. You know what I mean? And, Mike, this is what Mike Tyson... When Mike Tyson shows up, everybody makes money. Jake Paul is fucking... I don't have to tell you guys. You guys know. Mike Tyson is the A+++ side of that thing, and he was right. Jake Paul couldn't do shit to him. So he was right, and I was wrong.
When you say the Tom John fight would be the biggest of all time, you're talking even bigger than the Brock Lesnar days at heavyweight as well.
Be the biggest heavyweight fight in UFC history by a long shot.
When you look at that fight stylistically, right, as you said, John, still amazing, still incredibly varied attacks, great IQ, but it would seem that Tom's advantage would be in the speed. When you look at that fight, how do you break it down, and how do you think that could play out?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what John's going to do. John's one of those guys that I was saying earlier has the highest fight IQ. He's like fucking Elon Musk in the octagon, okay? This guy is brilliant in there, and the things that he pulls off... like you didn't see any of the spinning elbows tonight that he does normally. He did all different shit tonight. I'm sure he sat down and watched Stipe's tapes, and I don't know what he'll do with Aspinall.
Michael Chandler Charles getting his back and him doing the slams into it, obviously not advisable, but did you enjoy that as a spectator?
I'm sorry. What did you ask me?
I said, did you enjoy when Chandler threw himself backwards with Charles on his back?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Obviously, look, I think he's 2-3 now in the UFC, but every time he goes out there, right, puts on a crazy show. He's one of those fighters that I'm sure you just love to have around, regardless of his win-loss record.
Yeah, I mean, he's like an Arturo Gatti, man. He's one of those guys. Win, lose, or draw, you're never bummed out at the end of a Michael Chandler fight.
Last one for me. Look, I know that you got to let John do John and go and disappear for a while, but do you have to have a time limit on it for those negotiations? Because obviously Tom's been at...
Of course.
Yeah. Do you have any idea when you sort of think, like, hey, come on?
No.
Dana right here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey. No. Yeah. There you go. Hey.
Hey, Dana. Congratulations on another great night.
Thank you, sir.
Obviously, when you come to New York, it's always a huge card. Best city in the world. Tons of celebrities. We got the great Kid Rock right here.
Yep.
He came to Iraq in 2004 when I was in the Army. Did a free concert, so I want to publicly thank him for that.
Yeah, nobody loves the troops more than Kid Rock does, man. Kid Rock does so much stuff for the troops and for this country. He's a good man.
Yeah. With that said, do you ever think about, instead of doing the card just in November, maybe do 2 cards in New York a year?
Yeah, here's the thing. As we go into 25, there's a lot of places that we haven't been pre-COVID, right? And there were places that I didn't want to go until everything started to get back to normal. It's like New York City, you're not wrong, is one of the greatest cities on earth, right? Since I've been here the last 2 days, this place feels like New York City again. Like people everywhere, packed, shopping, eating out. There's just a good energy here again, man, and it felt really good. But in 25, we'll probably just come back here once, even though I'd love to come back here more. But there's cities that I'm going to go to next year that we haven't been to in a while. I'm going to do Chicago. I'm going to do Seattle. I'm going to do, a few other places in 25.
So obviously this was a big pay-per-view. Your next pay-per-view, you have the flyweight title fight. You have Kai Asakara in the main event, UFC newcomer. Two-part question, being that a lot of people who don't follow outside of the UFC might not know who he is. Are you worried about not attracting as much fans? But second part, he hasn't fought at flyweight in 7 years.
Yeah.
Was that any of the discussion when you decided he'd get the title shot?
Yeah. First of all, for people to know who he is and be excited to see him fight, that's my job. Number one. Number two, no, that wasn't. It's very typical for Japan. You know what I mean? They always fight higher than they probably should. But when you come over here, there's a whole nother ball game here. You know, the literally the best in the world are here. But we love this kid, and we think it's going to be an exciting, fun fight.
And my last question, this is your first pay-per-view since Donald Trump won the election. I know he's a close friend of you. But from a business side, how does that change the UFC? Is it positive for the UFC with him being the president, or does it not change anything?
I think it's positive for the world, to be honest with you. I mean, listen, no matter what side of the fence you sit on politically, you cannot deny that there's almost like this weight that's been lifted off the country right now, and this sigh of relief. And things are already getting better. He's not even in there yet. So, yeah.
Dana,
I know most of the people in the room disagree with me, but yeah.
Dana, when you
I got one guy back there that's supporting everything I say tonight. Thank you, sir.
Dana, when you heard the crowd's reaction after Bo won and they were booing and chanting overrated, just how did you kind of process that?
Well, you know, we've had these discussions with Bo. You know, Bo needs work. Bo's an up-and-coming guy. I know he has big aspirations and wants to move faster than he should, but tonight showed that he still dominated. I mean, he won the whole fight, but he's got work to do. It's all right. We'll move him. And when you're in a position like Bo is, there's a lot of expectations, you know. And did you see the size of Craig? I mean, the guy's a fucking monster. The president looked at me and said, "These guys are in the same weight class?" Because he loves Bo Nickel. So I said, "Yeah, they are. It's crazy."
And then on the Chandler side of it, afterwards, right, he eventually calls out Conor McGregor again. Like, do you even go down that road? Like,
Who did? Bo?
No, Chandler.
Oh, Chandler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is that like a waste at this point?
Connor's going to come back late 25, so there's a lot of time before we figure out who's going to fight Conor.
Dana, right here.
Yep.
Tonight, some interesting records, right? Jim Miller, 27 UFC wins, the most. John Jones, the first to have a 20-fight unbeaten streak. Charles Oliveira, the first to get 20 bonuses in the UFC. Which one of those is most impressive to you?
Yeah, that's a tough one. They're all impressive in their own ways. I mean, if you look at an older guy like Jim doing what he's doing still at the level he's doing it, that's obviously super impressive. And then, I mean, John Jones, you guys don't even want to fucking hear it. But, and then Oliveira, yeah, he's such a beast, man. The kid's incredible. They're all great in their own way.
Sure. And John has made it clear in kind of the interviews he's done, he wants to be well compensated for this Tom fight. And I know the last time this was kind of a thing with the Francis Ngannou fight, you said he wanted $30 million. There's the Anthony Joshua money quote and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like this could be leading to that same type of friction, or do you think it'll be an easier negotiation this time?
John's always been well compensated. You know, he's always been well compensated. I would never put his total purse number out there, but it's fucking massive. The number that he went over tonight, he's made a lot of money in his career. Listen, you don't fight and then disappear for 5 years because you weren't well compensated. He makes a lot of money. So he'll make a lot more for this fight.
On a slightly happier note for boxing, then I know you're disappointed about Tyson and all that, but did you get to see the Serrano-Taylor fight?
Yes, it was awesome.
Do you think Serrano, I'm over here in the middle, Dana.
Okay.
Do you think Serrano won, as she's saying on socials, or?
I don't know. I mean, I was watching it, but I wasn't scoring it. But it was a great fight. You know, those girls were banging, throwing tons of combos, and that's the other thing. I mean, all the people that are, you know, you know, there's a lot of in Portnoy went out and said that it was the greatest con job of all time, and I mean, if you didn't think that that's the way the fight, I don't know what people expected. You know, Mike's almost 60 years old. He's Mike Tyson, but he's 60 years old, and he knew that Jake Paul couldn't do anything to him. So you knew what you were going to get when you saw that fight. But you can't be mad. It was fucking free. We all got Netflix anyway, right? And you got to watch the girls fight, and the girls fight was good. You know, I know a lot of people were pissed, and it was a bit of a shit show. But you know, what did you expect? Seriously, when you stayed home and you turned on Netflix that night, we were like, holy fuck, I'm about to see the greatest live sporting event of all time. No, you fucking did not. You got exactly what you thought you were going to get.
I was there for the Serrano Taylor, but, you know, it was yeah.
Oh, you were there and you flew back here? Oh.
No, to watch.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
watching.
Yeah, you're right. And that's the, listen, if you're a fight fan, you're right. You're right.
Dana.
Going off that, sorry, because you
Yeah.
just cut me off before. You were obviously watching the event. What did you think of like the production and stuff for Netflix? Because I imagine as you guys go into this negotiation for the next television rights.
Well, nobody does my production. I do. That's been my deal. But that's not the deal with almost every sport, maybe every sport as far as I know. But not me. Nobody's going to control my product. I do. And for Netflix, this thing was brilliant because you knew it was going to pull a massive number because of Mike Tyson, right? And to be fair to Jake, you're going to tune in to watch him get knocked out, hopefully, right? That's what everybody wants to see. And but they needed to do this test. They got the NFL coming at Christmas. They're just getting into live sports. They needed to do this to test it, to test something that they knew they would pull a big number on, and Mike Tyson pulls big numbers.
And you booked this Ian Gary versus Shavkat fight for the next pay-per-view. No interim title, just a co-main event, 5 rounds. Was that discussed at all? And why, with Bilal out in this situation, was an interim title not the right decision?
Yeah, because we know when Bilal's coming back. You know, he's not going to be out that long. So it's a number 1 contender fight. You do 5 rounds, which is great for both of those guys to get 5 rounds under the belt before they fight Bilal. And when do you ever have a fight, especially in MMA, we have 2 undefeated guys. You got an 18-0 with a 100% finish rate and a 15-0. You know, 2 of the best young up-and-coming prospects in the division to face off to see who's the number 1 contender.
Shavkat tweeted out that he was really disappointed in the division. He said basically everyone ranked above Ian turned the fight down. Was it difficult to get the fight made?
No, not at all. Listen, all these guys get disappointed about. I mean, you want to talk about disappointment? Chris Weidman's probably the most disappointed dude on the planet right now. That's the sport, and it happens.
Yeah, and you announced the Q1 schedule tonight. That came out, and you're going to the Intuit Dome in LA in January. Why go there instead of Staples Center? What's appealing about that?
It's new. I like new arenas, new technology, and yeah, this place is supposed to be badass, so I'm looking forward to checking it out.
Dana,
I can't wait.
congrats on tonight.
Thank you, sir.
You've turned the UFC into this global entity, powerful. You mentioned that, I think for boxing fans, it was frustrating last night. So often in our lives when boxing's had big moments, they've stumbled. That's kind of where the UFC flourishes. Is that still an option for you to revamp the boxing world, or is that just too complicated a task?
It's the question. It's the question to ask. We're going to find out. I'm interested, and we're trying to hammer something out right now. If it gets done, it'll probably be done around February, and then we'll find out. It needs to be ripped right down to the ground and rebuilt. When we started this company, we had like 13 contracts. Nobody knew anybody. We weren't on television. We had a DirecTV deal where we did like fucking 2,500 buys every time we did a show. And we literally built it from the ground up. That's how you do it. I don't know if there's ever been a sporting, a business, or anything in the history of the world that has brought in trillions of dollars, trillions in revenue. And at the end of the day, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. It's, you know. So that's the plan.
Yeah, just two more in the front right here. The odds for Tom and John were the early odds are just released. Tom is a minus 135 to John being a plus 115. I'm curious what you make of those odds.
It's awesome. I love it. I love it.
Just one other last one that I remembered. It was announced Nick Diaz is probably out of his fight against Vicente Luque. Does that have anything to do with that video of Nick that came out?
That Nick's out of the fight?
Yeah, that's been reported.
Shit, I didn't even know that. Nick out of the fight?
Okay. Well, have you been made aware of that video of Nick going around social media?
I've seen a lot of videos of Nick.
Okay.
And Nate.
Dana.
Dana, the UFC signed Mikey Musumeci to the first BJJ exclusive promotional contract in UFC history. Can you just talk more about the work that went into that? You said it's been in the works for over a year.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into grappling now. So he's one of many. We'll go after all the greatest guys in the world.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yep.
Yeah. Congrats on the night, on a phenomenal night.
Thank you, sir.
Wanted to ask you, were there any upcoming fighters or, couple guys on the undercard you're actually excited about potential matchups happening later? And also, just to emphasize the impact of tonight, with the past presidential election and everything going on the grandest stage possibly in the country, just the overall energy and everything tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we always, all the guys that are on the undercards are usually guys that we, have high hopes for and that, we're looking to build. I don't really understand your question about the election, but yeah, like I said earlier, I mean, I can feel the difference. When I go into places like New York that's normally crazy blue and people are running up to me and thanking me and saying, and New York has a completely different vibe this time than the last, several times that I've been here. It feels like New York again. It does. One down, one to go. L.A. Let's get L.A. back.
Dana, just in general, why do you think your fighters kind of relate well to Trump? Because, back to back, it was Bo, then Chandler, then John. Why do you think they relate so well to the president?
Well, if you saw the election, the entire country relates with Trump right now. Won all the swing states. The only states she won were the ones that you didn't need ID to vote in. It would have been interesting if you needed ID, how that would have played out too. I think that the whole country, it feels like somebody hit the reset button. Everything feels, and however this election went, everybody was hoping it was a blowout. Either way, so there would be no more bullshit. And what I think everybody's tired of the bullshit, man. We're all tired. We all just want to live our lives and run our businesses and raise our families and do all that shit. And hopefully this stuff will all simmer down in the next 4 years.
I was asking that because, when you had the speech when he got elected, you think, Butts with the Boys, all the podcasters. So it seems like a lot of young men, relate well to Trump. So it's just how the fighters kind of relate to him tonight.
So I've had this philosophy for the last 5 years that traditional media is dead, and it doesn't hold the influence that it used to hold. The two most hated people in this world right now are the media and the politicians. Nobody trusts them, and nobody believes them. And the true influence right now is with these kids that are on the internet, and they're called influencers. So I've been creating relationships with these people over the last, like I said, 4 or 5 years. And this election was won on the internet.
Dana.
The way Power Slap was built is the way this election was won. And the Hispanic vote was incredibly powerful. The male black vote and the youth all came out. So,
Dana,
yeah.
You've worked with John Jones for 16 years. You've seen him go through ups and downs, in and outside of the cage. Outside of his fighting career, what do you think's your most impactful moment you've had with John?
Outside of what? His fighting career?
Yep, outside of the cage. As friends.
Me and John Jones never got along outside of the cage. We've had a horrendous relationship for 16 years. Not 16, call it 10, 12.
Well, I'm sure he's happy that you're claiming him as a pound-for-pound number one.
Because it's a fact. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to whatever. I'm not saying we don't have that kind of relationship anymore, but I don't have to like him to realize who he is and what he's capable of and see the brilliance. He is the best to ever fight in a fucking fight, period. Ever.
I agree. And
Unless, like, maybe in the Roman days. I don't know fucking anybody that fought back then. But since people have been fucking documenting fighting, he's the best ever.
And one last question from me. Venom has come out with a lot of custom shorts this year. 4 fighters on today's card had them. Which ones are your favorite of this year?
I don't even know anything about any of them.
All good?
That is way out of my fucking wheelhouse.
Right back here.
Yeah.
You've hit 100 shows in the Apex. This year, 17 out of 28 UFC fight nights will have taken place inside the Apex. With every other sport back to pre-pandemic operations, do you plan on getting on the road more than 50% of the shows this year?
Yeah. I'm the one that got all the sports back on the road.
That you did.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've wondered why we're still at the Apex.
Because you know what? I had a problem going to a lot of places at one point. I said, you know where I'm going to go? I'm going to go to places where it's easy to run my business and we're not going to have to deal with any bullshit. So, you know, we you know where we've been, the usual suspects.
Celebrated, not tolerated.
So we're going to start hitting a lot of those places this year, and yes, sir, we will travel fight nights more too.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Dana, over here.
Yeah.
Dana.
Yeah.
Here.
Over
Dana.
here.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Coming to this room, a guy told me he have a cancer and 1 month to live, but that he was happy to have seen a UFC event. How do you feel providing this kind of emotion for people?
Help me.
He said there was some, I believe he said there was someone he met that was dying from cancer, but
What was it?
he said, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, he met a fan that was dying from cancer and he was happy that he was able to see
That's it.
the event. Yeah.
Do we have a translator here? Oh, John Jones kid. The guy with John Jones?
No. Just a guy in this Madison Square Garden have a cancer and told me. And
Yeah,
he
no,
was
listen,
happy to see.
So we've had so much of that. So behind the scenes, like, people will reach out all the time that are dying of cancer and all these different things, and we always bring people in to experience it. And how does it make me feel? Incredible that people who are dying want to come here and see an event. You know what I mean?
He was very happy in here.
Makes me happy. Yes, sir.
Dana.
Here.
Yeah.
You say that John and Tom has the potential to be the biggest heavyweight fight of all time. Is that a fight that you think you could go against your normal rules and go for a stadium?
It doesn't have the potential to. It's going to be. It's going to be the biggest heavyweight fight ever. It'll probably be the biggest fight we've ever done. And I hate stadiums, man. I hate them. I like arenas. It's just such a better vibe. People can see better. You know, probably not.
And that fight will obviously take place in the USA.
We don't know. We're talking about. We were literally talking about a lot of different options tonight before we came in here.
So England's a potential.
Could be anywhere. Could literally be anywhere.
Thank you.
Yep.
And over here, just quickly, you know, obviously you don't make the fights on the night, but I'd imagine if Chandler had beaten Oliveira, it would have been, well, Oliveira's obviously going to move on and be fighting up the division. Does the result almost kind of help him in getting that McGregor fight back on track a little bit, the fact that it didn't go his way tonight?
I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. Listen, like I said, he's like Arturo Gatti. You know what I mean? People want to see him fight, win, lose, or draw. He's always exciting. He's always fun. I mean, the last round of that fight, he kept getting taken down, get on his back. So when he got on his back at the end, he just stood up and started slamming him. The kid always tries to win. He always comes to fight. And Michael Chandler's always going to have a home here. I mean, until he decides to retire, Michael Chandler isn't going anywhere. Will he fight Conor? I don't know.
With regards, Conor, you mentioned on the Jim Rome show and again today that it's going to be the end of next year, which will bring him over 4 years out of the octagon. But I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, and he seemed more like he was maybe going to fight on February 1st. Where's the disconnect there?
Who felt like that?
Conor.
Conor? And disconnect? And me? And there's no doubt that Conor hits me up all the time. Conor wants to fight. I told you guys that he probably wouldn't fight in 24, and he didn't. He's going to fight in 25, probably at the end of the year. If it's earlier, that's good for all of us.
Why so late?
When it's going to play out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They know
Yeah.
we're here. Thanks for making a great night.
Thank you, sir.
It was a great experience. I wanted to ask about John Jones. I know you like questions about him. So, if Aspinall gets out of the fight, if you schedule a fight and he gets out of fight, do you think you'll try to make a fight against Pereira?
No.
No? Okay.
You know what? You know what tonight told me? There's no fucking way I make the Pereira fight.
Okay.
John's too big. Great wrestler. See how he took Stipe down in that first round? Yeah. I like Alex Pereira. I like him personally. You know,
But
it
he's
just
the greatest of all time, right?
it just doesn't make sense to make that fight. If they both want it bad enough and they're both fucking hounding me or something, maybe I would do it. It's just Alex Pereira is killing it. Look at his age and what he's doing right now. What's the reason to go up and fight a guy that's so much bigger than you and such a good wrestler? What is it?
Money.
Money? Yeah, no. No, you're right. That's definitely a reason.
The only reason.
But just so we're clear, I don't want to make any of that kind of money. I want Pereira to stay where he is and do what he does and, you know, run the street. But again, if they go crazy on me and they want to do it, then what am I going to do? They're grown-ass men, and I'm sure the fans want to see it. I'm sure you want to see it. I guess we'll talk about it.
And the second question, off topic a little bit. Before the fight, you said you're gonna announce the Makhachev Sarukan soon. Is it still like actual or?
I said I was going to announce what?
The Sarukan and Makhachev fight.
Oh, Sarukian and
And Makhachev, yeah, in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Is it like already like done or you're still working on it? Because
Did I announce it?
no, I didn't. But you said you're gonna announce it.
I said I was going to announce it after this fight at the press conference?
No, before the fight.
You're good, sir.
Sorry. Two quick questions. Some fighters have said that they like the new gloves. Is there any thought about just
One guy? All right.
Two.
They're back.
No, just saying let the fighters choose. Is that a? I know you said you're waiting to get more gloves in, but if any fighters still want to use the new gloves, two guys said that their hands felt really good after the fight. It gave better protection. Any thought on that?
You know how fucking good that is to hear, sir? You know how much money I spent on this? Money, time, energy. I'm very happy that two guys love the gloves. I'm really happy.
There might be more than two, but
there might be. Speak up now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it.
The last question I have is, it seemed like you might have softened your stance on an outdoor venue, perhaps for, say, a UFC Africa, or perhaps even a smaller arena than you might normally do.
And why is that? Why do you say that?
Saw an interview a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think it was, where it sounded like you were maybe we do something there with what's existing, but that's where I want to lead with this. What are your thoughts on the existing infrastructure in that whole continent?
So all the top executives from the Yankees were here tonight, and the president of the Yankees told me that they would love to do a fight at Yankee Stadium outside and all this stuff. It's just, we did one fight outside one time at Abu Dhabi. The heat was a problem. The humidity was a problem. The bugs were a problem. I mean, just, I don't like doing things in places or environments that affect the fight, you know, and all of those things affect a fight, the outcome of a fight. And again, I don't like the viewing experience for the fans either.
So would that some of these smaller stadiums, since there aren't any large arenas currently available in there, is that going to be large enough to entice the UFC to go, or still waiting for hopefully some place to come up with something larger?
I don't know. I know everybody thinks we do everything for money, but everything isn't about money for me. It's more about an experience. I never, ever want people to turn off the television and feel the way they felt last night after they watch a fight. I want the exact opposite. I want people to be like, glad I stayed home, glad I watched it, not pissed I paid for it, you know, and I, especially people who travel. So there will be people that will fly, buy tickets, plane tickets, hotel rooms, dinners, shopping, tickets to the fight, and then go there and have a bad experience, whether it's any of those things, the weather, the wind, the heat, the humidity, the bugs, I mean, any of that stuff. I like to be able to control everything a little bit more. I can control everything that happens inside this arena. There can be some weird shit the night the fucking gate broke and everybody fell on the ground. You know, that kind of shit will happen here and there. But in all the years we've been doing it, it's happened one time, right? I can't control what happens when that cage door shuts. And if we're outside, I can't control anything. Nothing. Anything can happen. And I hate that. I don't like that feeling.
Sure. Some would argue that there's plenty of other sports that live through it just fine.
But people
they
don't
aren't
get
combat sports.
Exactly. Big difference if you're kicking a soccer ball or, you know, fucking hitting home runs, whatever. Totally different. I mean, they even stop and rain in baseball, right? I mean, yeah. You can't stop. We can't have a rain delay.
Why not?
Because it's fucking ridiculous, and it will never happen as long as I'm alive. That's never going to happen. We're never going to have a rain delay in the UFC. Yeah. Think about, again, last night, boxing, right? These guys will do a fight, then have a fucking podcast for an hour and 30 minutes before the next fucking fight comes on, right? We're going to do a rain delay? It's never going to happen, man. You know what we do? We go boom, 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 and all the fights fucking roll all night. All the shit talk's done. You don't need to see fucking Rosie Perez breaking down fights and you know.
Really good job, but yes.
Yeah. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
The thing about John Jones. No.
You had.
I know.
You guys good?
Go ahead. Charles Fern right here. Obviously, congratulations on your second win now against Michael Chandler. Obviously, you know, when you sign a contract to fight someone like Mike, you know what you're going to be in for, a hard night. But I'm curious, I guess, is that what you expected in there for Mike to go all 5 rounds, considering what you did to him the first time?
Primeiro de tudo, parabéns por uma segunda vitória contra o Michael Chandler. E quando você assina um contrato para lutar com o Michael Chandler, acho que todos os lutadores sabem o que espera eles em termos de dureza. Você imaginou que seria uma guerra de 25 minutos, especialmente, que podia chegar em 25 minutos, especialmente pelo domínio que você teve nos primeiros 4 rounds?
Não, eu não quero que ela chegue no final. Eu venho aqui procurando, eu quero caçar o tempo todo. E é isso que acontece. Mas quando fala de dois caras duríssimos, como eu e ele, isso acontece, é normal.
No, I didn't want it to reach 5 rounds. But I told people I was going to be, hunting for him all along, trying to finish the fight. But when you put two tough dudes against each other, that's what happens.
How was he on the canvas? Because obviously you found yourself in a lot of very unorthodox positions, especially in those early rounds. I think you were basically sitting on top of him, and he was able to survive. So just skill-wise, what was it like to be grappling with a guy like Mike?
Cara, como é que era no chão? Porque você, em vários rounds, você estava em umas posições bem esquisitas. Aí, uma hora que você está sentado nele, ele luta, ele tenta sair. Como é que é lutar contra um cara como ele?
Cara, na realidade, a gente está falando sobre MMA, é tudo muito imprevisível. Isso aí mostra, na realidade, o quanto eu evoluí, o quanto que eu cresci, sabe, dentro da luta. Se fosse há um tempo atrás, eu teria apertado para tentar finalizar, eu teria explodido para tentar ficar na posição melhor. Não, eu evoluí, só queria vencer.
Actually, this is MMA, and I think, all you want to do is win, and I think it only shows how much I evolved and how much I got better. An old Charles, or Charles from before, would have, tightened up a couple grips there and wasted energy, or would have exploded a little bit to get out of certain positions. All I wanted to do was win.
That fifth round, obviously when he dropped you and he got on top of you, there were a lot of punches that looked like they were blows to the back of the head. A lot of your fellow fighters were criticizing the referee online over him not stepping in and either warning Mike or stopping Mike from the blows. I'm curious, when it was happening to you, were you shocked that the referee didn't, stop what was happening?
Quinto round, ele conectou com você, vocês foram parar próximo da grade, no lado dele ali, no lado da esquina dele. A impressão que deu, muita gente, vários lutadores do UFC criticaram a arbitragem, falaram que deveria ter não interviu na hora que precisava, que deveria ter feito isso, porque várias das porradas foram na nuca. Foi isso mesmo?
Cara, não gosto de criticar, não gosto de falar nada, mas vocês viram, se vocês viram, eu vou falar o quê? Mas a realidade, eu acho que às vezes a gente... Cara, não quero criticar ninguém, mas eu tomei muita porrada na nuca, ele segurou muita grade, eu tomei muita dedada nos olhos. Eu acho que a gente está, cada vez mais se tornando profissional, a gente não precisa dessas coisas, Então, acho que o árbitro poderia ser um pouco mais severo. Muitas vezes eu falei para ele do que estava acontecendo e ele olhava como se nada tivesse acontecendo.
I'm not here to criticize, but I'm going to tell you something. There were a lot of blows to the back of the head, a lot of fence grabbing. There was also some eye pokes, and I was telling him what was going on. I kept, calling for his attention, and nothing would happen. I would hope that he would intervene, but nothing happened. So I'm not here to criticize. You're just going to do your job.
At the end of the fight, obviously, when you took his back, he stood up, walked to the center of the octagon, and was kind of motioning to the crowd, slammed you twice while you were on his back, and then it looks like you guys were talking in the last 3 seconds. So I guess, what do you remember from that entire sequence, and what did you say right when the clock was ticking down?
E essa loucura toda que aconteceu no final, de repente você sobe nas costas dele, ele vai pro meio do octógono, pula para trás, coloca você naquela posição, faz isso de novo, fala, parece que teve uma hora que quando acabou o tempo vocês estavam conversando um com o outro. Essa sequência toda louca?
Cara, na realidade, se todos eles quiserem ficar me jogando assim dessa forma, eles podem ficar jogando. Não faz diferença nenhuma. Se você está colado corpo a corpo com um cara, não faz diferença nenhuma isso aí. Ele só quis mostrar o quanto que ele é bom naquilo que ele faz, o quanto que ele é gigante, um cara que merece todo o respeito do mundo. Mas não faz diferença. Ele fez isso na primeira luta, nessa segunda ele fez 2 vezes. Eu só queria que o tempo acabasse porque eu estava vencendo em 5 rounds.
Maybe you just wanted to show stuff to people. You want to maybe show what you're all about to people. You don't. It's not needed. I didn't worry about also at all. If you're loose there, you're gonna get hurt. But if you actually just tighten up, nothing happens to you. He did that in the first fight. He did that twice in this one. So I don't think it was a big issue.
And just a couple more from me. You become the first UFC fighter to get 20 bonuses, and I believe you have over $1 million total now in post-fight bonuses for the UFC, the first person to reach that goal too. So I guess, did you know that? And I guess what are the reactions of these 2 milestones you've hit tonight?
Primeiro de tudo, parabéns pelo 20º bônus, recorde na história do UFC. O primeiro lutador a chegar em 20 bônus e você, segundo cálculos, você ganhou já $1 milhão em bônus. Então, você sabia disso, que você chegou nessas 2 marcas e como é que você se sente?
Diego, onde está esse dinheiro?
Diego, where's that money? Where's that money?
Cara, feliz demais. Eu não venho pensando no bônus, o bônus que vem me procura, então são 20 bônus, eu tô feliz demais.
I'm just so happy. I don't come looking for the bonus. The bonus finds me. It's very happy.
And then just last one for me. Obviously, you said you wanted to sit cage side for the Islam and Arman fight. Dana White said he's going to send a plane down to Brazil to get you there when that fight happens. So I guess, Dana seems on board with your idea to be there cage side.
Você falou que vai estar lá sentado na primeira fila para a luta entre o Islam e o Arman. O Dana falou que vai mandar um avião para o Brasil para te buscar para estar lá. Então, você vai?
Com certeza. Ele sabe disso. Ele sabe o que eu quero. Eu quero se tornar campeão de novo. É isso que eu vou fazer. Eu só vou voltar para casa, tirar alguns dias, bem pouquinhos. E aí, como o homem já falou que vai me buscar, eu vou estar lá esperando.
For sure. I want to be a champion. Everybody knows this. I'm going to take a couple of days off. Since the boss told you guys he's come pick me up, I'll be right there.
Charles, is it true you were carrying a knee injury heading into this fight? And if so, did that affect your training and preparation?
Charles, é verdade que você veio para essa luta com uma lesão no joelho e, se isso é verdade, atrapalhou o teu treinamento?
Eu não queria falar sobre isso, mas sim, foi verdade. Eu tive uma lesão no joelho direito, na hora que eu tive que ficar algum tempo parado. Mas aproveitando o momento aqui, eu queria agradecer demais a toda a minha equipe, que não deixou eu desistir, porque eu tive muitas dores. A toda a equipe da Nion, que me deu todo o suporte para que eu pudesse estar aqui hoje, né? E agradecer demais a Deus, porque só eu e a equipe sabe tudo que a gente passamos, o tempo que a gente teve que ficar sem treinar para poder chegar aqui bem.
Didn't want to talk about it before, but yes, I did have a knee injury, and I wanted to. I spent a lot of time actually without training. Things were tough, and I wanted to thank first and foremost my team for not letting me back down, letting me quit, not letting me stop, and making this happen. And I want to also thank the team from Nuon. They supported me throughout, and also, to thank God about the opportunity and being able to be here to fight.
I feel like every time you fight, your opponents sometimes bring up this concept of you being a quitter or having quit in the past. The fact that you weren't able to train that effectively and still went in there and went 5 rounds and won the fight, do you enjoy proving to everyone that, like, you're not a quitter and, in fact, actually, you're one of the best in the game?
Eu sinto que todas as vezes que a gente fala de você com oponentes, os oponentes a usarem alguma capacidade, essa história de você desistir, de você abandonar o barco. Você acha que depois de um camp como esse, tudo que você passou, tá com uma lesão no joelho, você vir aqui, continuar com a luta em pé, vir aqui fazer o que você fez, cada vez mais você gosta de provar para as pessoas que estão erradas?
Cara, sendo bem sincero, eu nem ligo porque esses caras falam. Esses caras têm que inventar alguma coisa para falar. Então, para mim não faz diferença. Eu só quero vir aqui, tá bem, tá feliz e fazer aquilo acontecer.
But really, it don't matter what those people say, because they always have to make up stuff to talk. All I want to do is just train, be happy, come here with the team, and make it happen.
Another thing that seems to come up a lot of the times when you fight is that you're the coolest fighter in the UFC. I'm curious if you agree with that assessment from the fans.
E muita gente fala que você é o lutador mais bacana do UFC, cara. Você é o cara. Você acha que você é o cara do UFC?
Isso aí sim, com certeza. Cara, eu trato todo mundo do mesmo jeito, com todo o carinho, todo o respeito do mundo. Eu sou muito grato pelo carinho de todas as pessoas, principalmente porque eu não falo inglês e, sabe, tipo, as pessoas me respeitam da mesma forma, então eu sou muito grato por isso.
Yeah, that I feel that too. Yes, listen, I'm so grateful for the love of the people, for the fact that they respect me so much. I mean, I don't speak the language, and people still respect me for everything that I am. So I'm very grateful for that.
It's a very cool suit as well.
Yeah. Terno tá bacana.
Charles, aqui. Eu sou teu vizinho, eu sou de Santos, na verdade. Moro próximo a você e primeira vez que eu consigo te entrevistar aqui. Eu já vi em alguns UFCs. Muito bacana falar contigo, você é um ídolo pra gente.
Obrigado.
Deixa eu te falar uma coisa. Você já ganhou o cinturão, é recordista de bônus do UFC. Nesse momento da sua carreira, você vai para tentar o cinturão de novo. Mas existe algum lutador que você nunca enfrentou, que você gostaria muito de lutar contra?
You've won the belt. You've gotten so many bonus, so many finishes. You've gotten a lot in your life, and you're going for a second belt again. But is there any fighter that you never fought against that you would like to face?
Pô, irmão, obrigado pelo carinho. Espero que a gente continue metendo essa sequência de bônus aí, de finalizações, de recordes, que são mais importantes. Cara, eu tô aqui pra fazer história. Eu não fico escolhendo o adversário nem nada. Eu estou em busca de um título. Eu estou em busca de fazer história, de aumentar meu legado. Então, aquilo que for para a gente crescer, tiver uma luta nessa categoria de cima, aquilo que for para a gente crescer, eu estou aqui pronto.
Listen, I want to make history. I'm here to build on the legacy. I want to continue this. I mean, there's more bonuses, more finishes. I'm here to, to anything that makes us grow, anything that pops us up. So if anything, another belt, maybe some fights up in the maybe a heavier division, whatever, wherever need be, we're gonna do that. We're gonna be ready for it.
O Conor McGregor faria sentido para você?
Against Conor McGregor, would that make sense for you?
Cara, esse cara eu já falei já. É o cara que mais escolhe luta. Essa luta nunca vai acontecer. Fazia sentido? Faria. Era uma luta que daria muito dinheiro para nós dois. Eu vendo muito, ele também vende. Mas ele escolhe os adversários, esse cara sempre corre.
Listen, this is the guy that runs away the most in the UFC. This fight's not going to happen. Would it make sense? Yes. Would it be a good fight? Yes. Would people love it? Yes. We both sell fights well. But he chooses his opponents. This fight's not happening.
Muito obrigado e bora pro cinturão.
É isso, valeu.
Charles, so I know you said the Conor fight might not happen, but say it does happen. You have this tradition of shaking your opponent's hand and hugging them every time you enter the cage. Given that Conor has talked so much about you, would you shake his hand when you enter the cage before you fight?
Você falou que essa luta não vai acontecer, mas se ela acontecer, você é um cara que tem um hábito muito respeitoso de falar, não só hoje, inclusive você foi lá no Chandler, você vai na equipe, você vai no lutador, você cumprimenta ele, você mostra respeito, pelo fato, por tudo aquilo que o Conor fala e já falou de você. Você faria isso com a luta com o Conor?
Com certeza. O que ele fala para mim não faz diferença. A minha pessoa não vai mudar. Eu vou lá, se ele não quiser me cumprimentar, é com ele mesmo, mas a minha parte eu faço.
For sure, it doesn't change who I am. I'm going to go out there. I will go up to him. If he doesn't want to shake hands with me, that's no problem. But I will continue to do it.
Charles, this is actually over your 30th fight in the UFC, but it's only the first time that you've been past round 3. How did it feel to finally hit those championship rounds and get to experience what those feel like?
Como a gente já falou, 46ª luta no UFC, né? Quer dizer, 30ª no UFC, 46ª profissional. Você nunca foi pro quarto, pro quinto round. Como é que foi isso? 25 minutos. Como é que foi diferente? Como é que foi?
Eu não sei, eu nunca cheguei pela primeira vez. Mas foi bom, isso aí mostrou, mesmo com a lesão, mostrou o quanto que a gente é gigante, o quanto que Deus é bom com a gente, porque a gente vencemos todos os rounds e contundente, então foi muito bom. Eu não quero chegar, na minha próxima luta eu não quero deixar de novo. Mas faz parte.
I don't know what that's all about, man. I've never been. It's news to me. It's different. Think about this. It was good because even with the injury, with all the situations, with a tough fight, I'll never want to be in the 5th round. I wanted to get to that point. I wanted to finish as soon as possible.
I may have seen a 12-6 elbow or two in there. Were you happy to finally be able to use those after so long in your career?
Eu acho que eu vi uma cotovelada daquela que agora pode. Você ficou feliz de poder usar?
Claro, não gosto muito desse cotovelo, mas é bom, né? Caiu bem pertinho da grade, que o Diego fala assim, você pode bater de tudo que é jeito de cotovelo, então eu tava só aproveitando o momento.
Listen, I don't like to use those, but if the moment calls for it, I was actually on top of it at one point. Diego yelled and said, "Listen, you can use all kinds of elbows now." So if the moment is there, we took advantage of it.
Charles, it was a great performance tonight. Congratulations on another win. Probably the next title fight in lightweight will be between Islam and Arman. You fought them both. What rematch you want more in a title fight? Against Arman or Islam?
Primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória. A gente sabe que provavelmente também a luta vai ser anunciada entre o Islam e o Arman pelo título. Contra qual dos dois você gostaria de lutar mais, Islam ou Arman?
Na realidade, eu não estou atrás de nenhum dos dois, eu estou atrás do cinturão. Aquele que tiver com o cinturão é aquele que a gente vai lutar.
I'm not looking for any of them. I'm looking for that belt. Whoever's got that belt, that's what I want.
My stylist made me wear those goofy ass sunglasses.
They work. They work.
Yeah, you feeling it?
I roll with it.
All right, cool.
Well, John, congratulations on a successful title defense at heavyweight. So, I guess, like you talked at Media Day, fighting in Madison Square Garden was important to you, fighting in New York, fighting Stipe. So, now that you got through it in, such impressive fashion, I guess, what are the emotions now?
I feel really, really great. I haven't watched the fight yet, but based on my team's reactions, they said, John, you performed great. Being out there, you want things to go perfect, and nothing ever goes perfect in the cage. You're not going to land every shot. You're going to get hit. But I feel really good. I just can't wait to watch it. Yeah. It's hard to say what my reaction is. I've won a lot of world championships, so it's a very familiar feeling. But I am very, very grateful. I'm so grateful.
You said not everything goes perfect in there, so I guess relative to the game plan you guys put together and how it played out, is that relatively how you saw it? Like the trip at the beginning, the elbows, the 12-6 we saw in there?
Yeah. The coaches definitely wanted me to find that 12-6 elbow. I wish I could have landed it more legit. Stipe did a really good job with his defense and the bottom. The trip was completely unexpected. It was a takedown that just kind of came to me in the moment, and I was grateful to have been able to pull that off. One thing that I'm really excited about was that spinning back kick. Yeah. That was the one thing I'm really excited about. I have amazing coaches. I have Brandon Gibson, Greg Jackson, Coach Alex, Coach Aaron. I'm just naming some of my striking coaches right now, but I really want to give a shout out to my Taekwondo coach, a guy named Paige Bates from Albuquerque, New Mexico. His family owns Bates Taekwondo in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We started about 6 months ago. We started doing the spinning back kick. He would come over to my house 3 days a week, and I've worked that same kick from both stances 3 hours a week for several months. And Bruce Lee says that he doesn't fear the man that knows 1,000, 10,000 kicks, but the man who has worked one kick 10,000 times. And I put a lot of work in with that spinning back kick, and it's getting faster and more unpredictable. There's really no tell when it's coming, and it's a devastating shot. I didn't hit Stipe's liver. I hit him on the opposite side, but it sends shockwaves to a person's body. It can break a rib. It's just a really powerful shot. So I'm really proud of landing that shot after so many hours of working it. Shout out to you, Paige.
And then throughout the fight, especially at the beginning, it looked like that jab was really frustrating him. And then the kicks to the body, just by the time you finished it, it looked like it had taken so he was getting slower and slower and slower. Was that just the plan to just methodically break him down until he just can't really out of his element?
Yeah, my goal was to I really wanted to Stipe. He beat Daniel Cormier with that left hook to the liver. He did it over and over again. And I really wanted to hit him with that same shot. But once I felt his punching power, I didn't want to lean to the right. My left. I didn't want to be by his right side at all, because catching one of his straight rights could end your night. And so instead of working that left hook to the body like we had planned, I worked teeping to the body and the spinning kicks and jabbing to the body, and it worked out great. I watched his DC fight, and we noticed that Stipe can take punishment. He's a nightmare. He's a nightmare. You can hit him and hit him and hit him, and he shows no emotion. And I think that's why he's a 6-time world champion. But yeah, we put him down, and I'm grateful.
He announced he was retiring. He said, "I'm retiring. I'm hanging him up." Did you get a chance to talk to him after the fight?
No, I didn't get a chance to talk to him. I spoke to every one of his coaches at different times, some on Octagon and some backstage, and they're all very respectful men. Again, you can see why Stipe is such a longtime champion. He has a really solid group of men around him.
And then Dana was in here, and you said if the Tom fight, you want to be well compensated. Dana said his quote was, "He will be, but he knows you're going to disappear. He probably won't hear from you. We won't hear from you. And then when you want to talk, you'll quote emerge and talk with Dana and Hunter." So I guess what is your plan moving forward for the next few weeks?
I'm not really worried about the Tom fight. I'm really worried about the Pereira fight. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, and I think if the UFC wants to have me back, then I think that's the fight they'll make. I've been really clear about my intentions. That's what I want. And I mean, I just feel like anybody would understand at this point. Like, I'll retire the heavyweight belt if I have to. It's like, dude, give the guy what he wants at the end of the day, And I'm not talking to Dana directly. I feel like I'm at a place now where, like I want to take what I find to be super fights. I don't want to fight dangerous up-and-comers anymore. I want to fight dangerous, established champions. So Tom can have the heavyweight championship. I don't really care about it. That my value doesn't lie in belts anymore. I've created something much bigger. I want Pereira.
Dana was in here and he said that he would really like not to make the Pereira fight, but if you and Alex did hound him, he would consider it. But he said that realistically, that's not a fight he wants to see because he thinks your skills with the wrestling and the size would sort of outweigh what Pereira has to offer. I'm curious what you think about Dana's take on that.
Man, styles mix matchups, and I'm sure Pereira's knocked out many heavyweights in his day. I mean, he has a knockout power that transcends, like, it's bigger than weight. Pereira's special. And for me, it'd just be worth my while fighting against Pereira. People can call me a duck and a chicken. I'm going to go home and cash a massive check. And so the duck and chicken thing is kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. And if it doesn't align up, then professing my love for Jesus in front of everybody tonight, and telling the world how proud I am to be an American champion, and fighting in front of my president, man, if that was my last fight ever, then I'm cool with that. That was the way to do it. I did the Donald Trump. That was the way to do it, man. So I think one of the really good things about negotiating is being willing to walk away from a deal. And that's the deal that I want. And if that's not what the fans want, then I guess I'll say sayonara.
You mentioned about sometimes you would hit Stipe and he'd show no reaction. In the first round, I actually couldn't believe he showed no reaction to the elbows or the fact that he wasn't cut. When you were landing those elbows, were you a little bit surprised? Like, what is this guy actually made of here?
It was weird, bro. Standing in front of him, his head seemed massive. Like, seriously, like, and I'm not trying to insult him. His head seemed massive. It was like a video game character. I'm like, I've never seen anything like this, I had to get past that. I'm like, what is this? And then when I would hit him, it just seemed like he didn't feel a doggone thing. He just showed no reaction. I think a lot of fighters would have quit getting that level of ground and pound, but he has this ability to just take shots. And I started to know as the time was going on that his body was going to be the only way to victory. And I started to really look for the body shots.
Two more quick ones from me. Obviously you mentioned about the disrespect Stipe has shown you, and you mentioned the clip of him talking about your children. There's been a clip going around online of him on a podcast, I think, with Rampage Jackson. Was that the clip you were referring to?
No. It was him in his living room, and I don't remember exactly how it was said, but pretty much what he was saying was, when my kids look back on me and my past, at least my kids will never think that I'm an asshole. And the MMA fan base, they're good. I know they're going to find it. And I wouldn't make that up. And even if I did make it up, it's the fight business. If I need to hype myself up, I'll hype myself up. But the truth is, he did say it. He did call me a bitch. And tonight I made him pay for it.
And last one for me. You mentioned training the spinning back kick for 3 hours a week and stuff. Did you do that because you thought, this will work on Stipe, or did you just fancy adding something cool to your arsenal and wanted to work on it?
I realized that I did the spinning back kick pretty naturally from the southpaw stance. And I can't call it naturally. I spent many years working with Brandon Gibson on that move. But I wanted to make it better. I realized that the spinning kick is a move that can drop an elephant if you do it right. It's a devastating move. In my opinion, the most powerful kick in martial arts. And we've all seen me fight for a while now. I don't really have one punch knockout power. So my mind was, John, why not develop a technique that could stop any man? And I came up with the spinning back kick. And I mean, you can be any fighter, and if I catch you just right, you're going down, no matter how well trained you are. So I'll continue to work it, and I'll have some. I'm just going to continue to work it. I'm sure all future opponents saw that, and it's just like that could easily happen to me. And so I'm going to work it more and more and more.
John, both of your brothers were in the NFL. You're the greatest of all time. I want to know, honest answer, who do you believe is the best athlete out of you and your brothers?
Best athlete, Chandler. My little brother, Chandler. Chandler's an extraordinary human being. He's a really special young man. I love him to death. And Chandler's a freak. If he decided to be an MMA fighter, I think he'd do very well. He's a very dedicated athlete.
And speaking of your family, your mother would be so proud of you today. I want to know, if you look back from, when she passed to now, I'd like to know, how much have you felt you've grown as a person, and how proud would she be of you, and what would she think of how you did today?
My mom used to worry about me. I was the one son that she stayed up all night. I was the first one to stop coming home at night, spending the night, staying out at parties. My mom used to worry about me a lot. She used to pray for me a lot. And I know for a fact that she'd be incredibly proud of the man that I'm turning into. I can't say turned into because we are all works in progress, But the man that I'm turning into, I know for a fact she would be very proud. I shouldn't say she would be. I know for a fact that she is very proud of me. I actually had a dream about her this morning where I was hanging out with my dad, and we kind of got sick of each other. And so I was like, I'm going to go call Mom. And the moment that I was heading to call my mom, I woke up this morning. And I know that was a dream that was meant for me today, just to let me know that I can talk to her. And it was a beautiful thing. I was at breakfast with my team, and I was just crying. I was just crying this morning, just thinking about my mother. And my mom used to be in the audience saying, "Johnny, get him, Johnny." And I felt her today. I really felt my mom today. She was here with me today. It was a really beautiful day. Thank you for giving me the chance to acknowledge her.
John, right here. You've always been a visionary of the big things. You talk about the fight against Alex. Have you envisioned a place, a perfect location for that fight?
No, I haven't. There's so many questions when it comes to what's going to happen as far as Alex and Tom and my future. I can't even think about it right now. All I want to do right now is take my team out and get them the biggest stakes in New York City. These guys deserve it. They deserve ice cold beer, whatever they want, because they have really committed to me so much. My team is an amazing group of men, amazing group, and that's all I want right now is just see them happy.
I just got two real quick ones, but just for suggesting you just won here in New York City. The last 2 years before that, he won here in New York City, so there's a lot of history right there.
With Pereira?
Yeah, I mean, he won 2 years in a row and headlining here, and then you just won here. So
The one thing that's really cool is that I'm noticing that the fans are starting to shift. They're like, wait a minute. This Pereira fight is absolutely massive as well. And that's cool. I'm glad that you guys are seeing it.
So two quick ones. You talked about your team. You kind of amassed this dream team for this camp. One of the guys that was in your team was Gable Steveson. I mean, I think the world would love to see that guy come to MMA. You chirping him or anything, kind of suggesting him to come over?
Gable has everything that it takes. One of his first days at practice, one of my teammates got injured sparring with me, and Gable was like, I'll go in. I'm like, Gable, you might want to learn how to block and, defend yourself first. It can be a lot more difficult than what it seems. But that let me at that moment know that he is very game. I kneed him in the face at one of his very first practices. He ate it, and he looked like a little kid, like he just developed a new toy. He's going to be scary. He's going to be very scary when he decides to do MMA. He knows how to make men appear very weak. Me being one of them. And when he learns how to box and learns a little about jiu-jitsu, it's not a matter of if he'll become a UFC champion, it's when he'll be a UFC champion. And whether he trains in Albuquerque with our family or he finds a different team, whoever has him are going to be really blessed to have him. He's an asset.
So my last question, obviously in media days, there's a lot of sound bites is what everyone likes hearing. The big sound bite this week was you saying you wouldn't want to do business with Tom Aspinall. You said he's an asshole. A lot of people in the media kind of laughed about that, and even the U.S. broadcast are saying, like, what is he talking about? Tom Aspinall's the nicest guy on the planet. He never disrespects John. He says nice things about John.
There's a lot of people.
So what specifically has he said or done to make him an asshole?
There's just a lot of people on his nuts right now.
But what has he done, though?
Coming up with John Jones T-shirts, buying a little duck, and just the little shit that he does. He's annoying to me. He's annoying to me, and that's my own personal. He annoys me. I get to you guys, you find it entertaining, but I find him annoying, and I just don't like him. And at the end of the day, if I give him the opportunity to fight me, I want to be so compensated. I want to say it, I want that fuck you money, honestly, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is, or else. My life is perfect without him. I don't need him at all, and he needs me, and that's a good place to be in a negotiation. So,
I'm sorry, I lied. One more question. You love Muhammad Ali. You've talked about him a lot. A lot of this week was comparing this fight and the Ali Frazier. You being the Ali side. What does that mean to you?
I don't know. I don't try to be Muhammad Ali. I really want to be the best John Jones that I can be, and I really feel like I'm doing it right. I'm really proud of marching to the beat of my own drum. It really feels good. I'm doing it my way. I'm doing it my way, and it feels good. I mean, you see athletes stick around too long, and I don't want to be one of those guys, man. I just want to win in every form. I want to win in the record books. I want to win financially. I just want to win. And there's a lot of people that I piss off right now. And it just lets me know that I'm doing it right. I'm doing it my way. It should only make sense to me. It should only feel good to me. And right now it does. I know I didn't answer your question, but I just wanted to say that.
John, down here in the middle. Mm-hmm. I know you said that you'd be willing to walk away from negotiations if your demands aren't met. I know you haven't made those demands yet, but have you set a timeline for when you want those negotiations to have been concluded by?
I don't even want to call them demands. I don't want to put the wrong energy in the room when it comes to Dana. I respect Dana so much. He changed my life completely. I don't want to call it demands. I'm not demanding anything. I'm not trying to run anything. I'm not trying to boss anyone. I'm just clearly letting people know my intentions. And whenever Dana wants me to fight is when I'll fight. As long as we can come to an agreement. I really want to make that clear. I don't want to go there with the word demand. Respectfully, Dana and I have been closer now than we've ever been before. And as a young man, well, not even a young man anymore, as a man, I want to respectfully have a conversation with him and see if we see eye to eye. And if we do, I'll fight whenever he tells me to.
Okay. Two very quick questions. Is there a dollar figure that equals fuck you money?
A very, very high number. It's going to be a very high number, for sure.
Don't want to define very high yet?
No, I'm not. I've learned over the years not to really get into finances publicly. But I want to be compensated to the point where if I won or lost, that it really wouldn't matter.
Okay. And the last question, you have mentioned obviously that you would like to fight Pereira for the BMF belt. So last question I have is, why are you ducking Max Holloway?
I like that. You're funny.
No? No? All right. Thank you.
I'll give the guys a soundbite. Quack, quack, quack.
John, over here.
John, I know you're a big LeBron James fan, and he's in his late 30s, still dominating the sport, 4 straight triple doubles. You're in your late 30s, still the GOAT. I just want to know what is it that you guys have in common from a mental perspective that allows you guys to still perfect your craft even into your older years?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm grateful to have whatever it is. I definitely know that this is what I'll say first. I'm going to say my relationship with God. I'm far from perfect human being, but I do love God, and I feel like he loves me too. He loves us all, really. My fiance, she's taken me very far. Without her, I would not have made it this far. I know that for a fact. My team, the men in my life. I have extraordinary men in my life, and I am strong enough to know how to ask for help. And I know that we were designed to be together and to have many people that has your back. And I'm just surrounded by powerful, intelligent men. And I think that's why I'm still here.
John, over here. To your right.
Over here.
Down here.
You're like to the right? I'm like,
yeah, sorry.
Your other right, John.
So Francis Ngannou paid a little tribute to what you said after his fight. I think he came on social media. He says, Jones looked great out there tonight. Congrats, Johnny boy. I see you. Is that a fight that maybe interests you? Like, obviously, Pereira is number 1 on your list, but is that one that maybe interests you more than even Tom?
I'm here to talk UFC business tonight.
So he's. I mean, Turki Al-Sheikh has been able to get these kinds of fights done in boxing. Maybe he could make it happen in the UFC.
Whatever Uncle Dana tells me.
I also wanted to ask as well, because obviously you're someone who's considered, the greatest of all time in your sport. Another GOAT was on last night in Dallas. Were you able to catch any of the Mike Tyson fight, and what was your thoughts on him getting back in the ring at 58?
I did catch the fight. It was hard to see him so old. Roy Jones Jr. kept saying it, man, those legs aren't working. It was really hard to see. He really sold it, with the highlight videos of him training and his physique. I wish he went and showed us his ass. That was a little wild. I'm like, Mike, you didn't have to do that. Mike's a freak, I bet, dude. I'm like, Mike, you old nasty old man, you old dirty bastard, you. It was hard to watch, but I respect him so much for getting in there. That was the cool part. It's just, I'm sure, they compensated him very well. He got to give a bunch of fans what they wanted, which is just to be alive, to see him compete. And for that part alone, I thank him. I'm sure a lot of us thank him.
And any respect to Jake for not, because I mean, when Holyfield came back, Belfort went and just kind of iced him in very quick fashion, and I think Jake probably could have done that later on in the fight, but he opted to let Mike get to the bell.
I don't think Jake gave him mercy. I think Jake played it smart. I think that's what it was. I think Jake knows that you're winning. Let's stop while you're ahead. Let's coast. Let's get through this fight, because Mike can drop anyone with one shot. His legs weren't working, but that upper body was still moving, and those punches were still swinging. And I didn't view it as Jake giving him mercy. Jake coasted through that, like an intelligent fighter would.
John.
Sir.
I saw yesterday there's a video you were praying with Charles Oliveira, and today on the backstage you guys were looks like exchanging really beautiful words to each other. How did this relation start? When did you meet him? Why did you guys were praying yesterday? How did you guys get kind of close?
I'm not sure if we met each other in the past, but yesterday we were on the same Sprinter van heading to a press conference, and I could see that he was having a rough weight cut, and he just was real quiet, and he was just, he looked like he was hurting, and everybody on the bus, we were all laughing, and we were all, speaking English and everything, and I just wanted to include him. And so I just looked back and I was like, bro, you may not be feeling good, but you look great. That suit looks great. You know, I was just probing at him to try to like just start a relationship, and his translator started communicating for us, and you know that big old smile he has and everything, and I was like, man, this guy's cool. And then at the press conference, I realized how much people love him, and then we were watching me and my wife were watching Embedded, and my wife's like, John, he's a Christian too. I was like, he's a Christian as well, and I was like, oh really? And so then I liked him even more, and when I saw him next. I asked my pastor. I was like, hey, would you pray for both of us? And my pastor was like, of course. And we came together and we bowed our heads in, and even though he probably didn't understand anything we were saying, we had that agreement right then and there. And after we were done praying, I was like, Team Cristo, which is Christ for Portuguese. And he understood that. And we just had a kind of an agreement that we're both going to represent. We're going to do our absolute best. And when the pastor was praying, he actually was saying that the victory is already yours. The victory is won. It is yours. And I believe him when he says that. And so now it was our job to do our part and give it all we had. And when I heard that he won, because we turned the TV off in my locker room, all my guys were watching the fights. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? But anyways, when I heard that he won, it was one piece of the puzzle that was already written. And then I just knew I had to go out there and do my part.
Just the last one, please.
John, here.
Yo, give this man one. Well, I'm going to answer your question.
I've
What's
been
up?
trying.
Come
I
on.
mean, I have at least 50 questions.
No, I'm not going to answer 50 questions.
But I'll ask just one. You
Sorry.
proved again that you're greatest of all time tonight. It was an excellent performance, pretty wise, pretty patient. Like it was a perfect performance. I really have a lot of questions, but I only ask one. You had a great career, like best fighter ever for sure. What was the most memorable moment throughout your career? The most like important moment?
Tonight was Stephen Bonner, Mauricio Shogun Hua, and tonight was incredibly special. Finishing DC it's up there too. Stephen Bonner was the first star that I fought as a young man. Everybody around me told me that I was no one and I couldn't do it, and I had to really work on meditation and bringing up my self-esteem for the first time, like to beat Stephen Bonner. Mauricio Shogun, beating Shogun, taught me that that I could be great. Kid from a small town, never good at anything. I became a champion. DC, it was just very personal. And tonight is the biggest moment of my life. Like I said earlier, you know, to talk about Jesus in front of our president and let the world know how truly proud I am to be an American champion. It felt awesome, man. To finish Stipe, it felt awesome. It felt awesome. And that's why I know for a fact that I can retire after a night like tonight. I can't pronounce it, but the Italian term vidi vici, or I came, I saw, and I conquered. I feel that tonight. Very proud.
John, right here. Just speaking of the fight tonight, I watched the clip a bunch of times on the spinning back kick. Were you able to see it land?
No, I didn't see it land, but I felt it.
Yeah. Did you feel like that it was a clean? Like
Yeah.
that was where you were going on it.
I wouldn't be surprised if he hurt a rib, if he fractured a rib. You know, and I guess we'll find out. I don't know if he went to the hospital or not, but you know, the liver shot is the liver is on the right side of the body. I hit him on the left side of the body, but those organs in there, when you rattle them, you know, the liver's not too far away. So either he felt his liver when I hit, or he felt his rib. But I hit clean, really clean.
So you didn't see that he was down until you turned around and then faced him. That's when you came in, right?
Yeah. With the new rules, I wanted to kick right away, but I'm like, let me not mess this up. And I went in for the punches. And I really want to take the moment also to just say thank you to Stipe Miocic. Thank you for being a first responder. I absolutely love you. I love our law enforcement. I love being an American. I love our military. I love our firefighters. I love our nurses and our doctors. I appreciate you, even though I did not like you during this event. I appreciate you and I respect you so much. Thank you to you, your family. God bless you. Sincerely. I'm gonna put these funky shades back on. What's up? Did he? No, I didn't. That's pretty cool. Really? That's neat. Yeah, so cool.